Alrighty, what is up, folks? We are back with another episode of Throwdown Draws. I am Emilio Lopez, and I am back to draw you some Soul Reaver. Well, I'm going to be drawing something else, but you can actually join me while I do this. Anyway, here we go. Let's get this thing started. So how we doing out there in the world of the internets? So yeah, we're back again doing this stuff. Have a little bit of time in my schedule to work on this one. As you can see, it looks a little bit different than the last time. I took the time and sort of flatted Raziel while I was off air beforehand, so now we're just gonna quickly flat up Kain, and then we're gonna start figuring out what we're going to do as far as color, because I haven't actually figured out what I was going to do as of yet. I don't think I'm gonna do a cell shaded job on this one, but we'll see. We will see. So yeah, if you have any sort of questions or anything like that, make sure to leave them in the chat. I can see your chats and all kinds of good stuff like that. So good to go. Let's see one thing. Hello? All right. I was just making sure I checked the sound. Ooh, sound good. Alrighty. Make sure I close down as many things as I can here, because Clip Studio and OBS and running video can be a bit of a memory hog, and I'm slowly but surely running out of virtual memory because I have a lot of things on my hard drive. So I've been in the process of sort of removing stuff, and not removing, just sort of backing things up, some old projects and things like that. So yeah, I guess give you an idea of what it looks like. You see there's Raziel there, and then I drew all of Kain through because I wanted there's some effects and things that I wanted to do in between all that. You notice that Kain has a cape that was removed. In fact, I forgot that the cape was supposed to be there, so I drew it in after the fact. It might be a little, I don't know what that is, a little, oh okay, I know what that is. It's this little, on the cape there's this little sort of stuff on it. Oh, and I see something there that I'm not liking, which is a fun little tangent, so let's just fix that up. Go. So I'm gonna fill in a little bit of this cape because there's a tangent here happening with the end of the with the cape and this sword. So tangents aren't good. So I'm just gonna get rid of that. Reason why I can do this is because I actually put in what kind of layer? I have a layer mask so that I can remove the cape if need be. So I can also work on Kain himself and the cape separately. So yeah, put that there. I might so if you notice, you may not be able to see it because I don't know how detailed the stream is, but if, at least on my end I noticed it's a little bit of the color sort of creeping out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to expand the selection by 1. Yep. There you go. And then I'm going to delete. It should handle a lot of those little creepies going on there. See the little... Okay, hold on. Let's deselect that. Yeah, maybe need more than one. Let's see if it works. Turn on the keep. Okay. This is here. It's that there. Just checking something. Okay, that's that. Let's turn this off. Disable mask. Let's actually do this through since we already did that. All right. Nice. Looking good. Just adding some little bits here and there. Let's see, this is the sword. I think that's a little weird. Is that something that was there? Just making sure that everything's all nice and tight. We don't get any of those little... I mean, granted, this thing is going to be... the size of this piece is going to be like 11 by 17. So you're probably not going to see any sort of issues or something like that. So it should be good. See that I have 2 folks watching. Thanks you very much for tuning in. Yeah, just here doing some arts. And then later on, I mean, hopefully, I'm going to try to run this all the way up to the end, to the beginning of Throwdown. So that'll be in a few hours. So hopefully I'll have this all ready and nipped up by then. You'll get to see me paint the background, and you get to see me do all kinds of good stuff. So yeah. So let me pull up a bit of reference, because I do not remember what color Kain's flesh tone is. I remember it being sort of a garish yellow look, but it's always good to check to see. I know his hair's white, so we'll do like a cream color under normal like usually what I'll do is, what I could do now, right, is essentially just flat out everything before I'm going to start choosing any sort of colors, and then later on just come back and then put in the proper colors. So how we doing out there in internet lands? It's funny, I was talking about like how people are so proud of, so proud that they're doing their, got their vaccines and all that other stuff. I think it's kind of silly at the same time, because it's like, why are you so proud of something that you shouldn't even be, we shouldn't even need? Why are we so happy that we got something that they should be giving to us because of what they essentially screwed up on? That's my issue with all of it. It's like, don't be proud of that shit. Don't be happy that you got something that you should be getting. Checks and shots are the least these people can do for screwing up so badly from last year. Not going to be the one that's going to give them the pat on the back for what they did. So anyway, sorry to talk about all that sort of depressing sort of stuff, but it's something that annoys me. Not the fact that these people are so proud of it, it's just the fact that it's like, you don't need to be happy about this. You don't need to be, you just be like, yo, got this shit, now we're good. Don't let this shit happen again. Also, just so you know, if you ever, I see I'm having all kinds of little issues here. Like connection slowing down and all that stuff. Just drop me a little thing inside of the chat saying, yo, this thing's not running so good, or whatever you can see in there. Because I don't want to give you a lousy experience doing while we're here. I was watching a stream late last night, and the guy was I think the guy was like an animator or something, or independent animator, and he was having lots of issues with his OBS, right? Like he's running OBS and he's using Clip Studio to do animation in, and literally what would happen is that everything would slow down. Everything slows down, and then whenever he had his camera activated, and one thing I found out on my end with this stuff is the fact that a lot of these processes like OBS and Clip Studio and Logic Capture and all these things take up a lot of resources in your computer, and can cause and even your tablet takes up the resources. So every single time he would turn on his camera, everything else would just go on the fritz. It's probably because all of his resources are being all taken up by something else. So yeah, it was one of those things I was watching. He was working pretty late too, that guy. I think the guy was doing what he was doing was I think he's doing a remake of he's doing like a new Sonic game or something like that, but in the sort of style of the animated Sonic CD intros. And he's doing cinematics and he's doing all kinds of stuff, but what he's doing is sort of a Metroidvania take on the idea. My only thing about fan projects like that, and this is also sort of going back to what I sort of was doing on Twitter, was talking about on Twitter when it comes to fan projects, is that the fact is that the problem with fan project is that it is the plain and simple fan art is illegal. That's what it is. Even what this right here, what I'm doing, this commission that I took, from a friend, this is officially illegal. The reason why is because it infringes on the copyrights of the original holders. And you say, oh, hey, but you're not making any money or whatever you're doing off of that sort of stuff. That's the thing. It still infringes on their copyright. So, like, if you're doing fan projects or anything comics or any of that sort of stuff and you start selling it or making money off it, it's a slippery slope. Even if it's free too, even if you're doing it for fun, that doesn't mean it's still within that company's rights to send you a cease and desist and stop you from making the thing that you're making. The only reason why they don't do it is because it looks bad in the media. But if you look at places like Japan, or you look at some other places, when it comes to copyright, they're very harsh when it comes to sort of copyright law, when it comes to people doing the work. So, so like the guy's doing a Sonic game, and it's like, I guess, I'm sure Sega knows it's out there, and they're sort of just looking the other way while this thing is happening. But at the same time, it's like, guys, you spend all this time making this sort of, what do they call it? This sort of game that's going to be like another game, that's using an established property, and then all of a sudden, the hand of fate comes down and essentially just says, okay, yeah, you can't do that. I always fear that, if you don't have, if for something like that, you should have a contingency plan, a way to sort of be like, okay, I love this sort of game, I love this character, this sort of idea. I want to be able to. You have to be able to evolve that idea into something else. Essentially, you're spending all this time making this game that's a fan game, but can you make that idea into something else? You can make those sort of spiritual successor sort of games, where it's not the actual property, but it's actually something in that same sort of vein. That's my only fear. You put all this work onto something, and then all of a sudden, boom, you get a nice big cease and desist from whatever video game company is doing it. Nintendo's very notorious for sort of squashing fan projects. The thing about fan projects is it's within their rights, because they want to be the one that when you search on something, when you're looking at something or you're looking up something, they don't want your fan shit to show up. They want their stuff to show up. Especially when it comes to comes to the release of a new game. But yeah, fan art's illegal. And it always will be illegal. That's granted, like a lot of companies realize that they can use fan works to sort of promote their games, because all they need to do is just they can probably hire the fan artist to do it, and or fan art can also promote the game, promote something, because it's one thing about it is that it's sort of free promotion for the thing, and I noticed that a lot of companies are sort of using FanWorks to sort of help promote a property beyond just doing their own stuff. Because the one thing about people when it comes to fan base and stuff like that, they sort of evangelize their favorite things, right? As a fan of something, you want to get your buddies, you want to get your friends, you want to do all that stuff, and you want to share your love for this sort of thing. So what you'll do is you'll just post it, right? So that's the same thing here. They want to capture that. This color's good. So yeah, just filling in the color. This is not. I usually try to fill in the color of the things what they're supposed to be, but I'm really don't feel like thinking about actual colors this time right now. I just sort of want to get the spaces filled so that I can actually start to actually do the color on it. And then I can do any sort of adjustments and things that I want to do later. So yeah, like his wrist things, we're gonna hit the apply whatever area. Doesn't need to have any gaps closed, but yeah, just like that. This. Again, I know the colors are all wrong, but at this point in time, it doesn't matter. It'll look fine once I'm ready to finally start, figuring out what the actual colors are. Because I don't remember what Kain's outfit looks like. I know he's yellowish or pale, kind of a golden color. I don't know, but. That, who knows, but that's right now this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is to actually get the spaces filled with color, and then what you do is you sort of come in later. One thing, I think I said this before, I usually like to make my color choices while I'm doing the thing, but at the same time it doesn't, this ends up going a bit faster because of the fact I'm not actually thinking. This is sort of grunt work right now. Sometimes, I'm not sure if if you're familiar with me and the show, you know that I work as a comic color artist, and a lot of times, what happens to me, I'll take multiple projects and I can't work on all of them simultaneously. So what I'll do is I'll hire what is called a flat color artist. And there's quite a bit of people who make a decent living off of doing that for doing that. So what I'll do is I'll contact somebody that I usually deal with, and then what I'll do is I'll be like, hey, yeah, I need this thing done, and they'll be like, oh yeah, sure. And then we'll check his schedule and see what's up, and then what he'll do is do what like we're doing here, just sort of flat color everything into make sure that the shapes are all filled in. So that he can start, so that when I'm ready to finally actually work on it, I can actually just jump right in and color everything in, just properly color everything in. But because everything is nice and, everything, all the lines are all filled in, it just makes it a little easier for me to go and come out and switch out the colors. What's up, Heaven Smile? How's it going? Yeah, everything's going okay over here. How are you doing? Playing anything? No, not playing anything. Other than doing some work here, not really playing anything. I mean, other than I guess I was playing. What's that game? I don't know. Can't remember the name of it. Rhyme. That's what I'd been playing. But nothing of real importance. I mean, it's just sort of, I don't get, I usually just don't have a lot. I just have things that I need to do. That I sort of forego playing any sort of games and things like that just to sort of do, and just do some work or whatever else that needs to be done. Not really anything right now that I really am chomping at the bit to play anymore. It's part of the reason why I don't have a PlayStation. Well, part of the reason why I don't have a PlayStation 5 because there ain't nothing to play on it. Unless I want to play a bunch of old games that I already played. Whoop-de-doo. And then not to mention PlayStation 5s are stupidly hard to find. But I wouldn't buy one anyway. Especially right now since they don't have anything going on. You're trying to keep everybody who's playing that thing in the ecosystem because they don't got anything going. So hey, look, give everybody a bunch of free games, which is great. You get to play some games that you never played before. You know, they just put on, what was it, Ratchet and Clank, the remake they did last year. Well, not last year, a few years ago when they did that movie. But anything else? I don't suspect there's going to be any sort of new games for the new consoles for at least a year. I think 2020 is going to be the year that you're going to start seeing stuff. But right now, I don't think anybody's gonna put anything out of importance. They're just gonna do a bunch of remakes, remakes and re-releases. I mean, even Sony's just like, yeah, man, we're gonna redo The Last of Us. Why? Who even wanted that thing? You can tell that. This is how you can tell that they have they're totally out of touch of what the whatever the gaming community is looking for. You're telling me you were just gonna do another re-release of Last of Us? Is that what we've been relegated to? Just that game again? That's what they, here's the thing. Yes, it will get better, but was it even worth, if you have a PlayStation 5 at this point, did you get one? If you got one, is there really anything that you're chomping at the bit to play that you can't play later when they actually have a lot more experiences? No, right. Not saying it's not worth it. I mean, some people bought the 5 to essentially be a super pro, which is fine. Like you get to play a bunch of all of your old games for PlayStation 4 and are all nice and happy. Yeah, you're waiting for the slim. Yeah, you're waiting for the not as fat edition. That thing is the tower of power. It's almost like it seriously feels like Microsoft and Xbox and Sony like switched places, right? They have the PlayStation has the big louder of the consoles, by the way, because it is the louder of the two. The Xbox has the other one. Then they have all these first party games that are all going to be directly for the thing. Meanwhile, Sony is closing down studios, or letting a lot of their studios lapse. The contracts of their studios lapse. I think David Jaffe said, "Yeah, the Japan studio. Why are you gonna let that go?" Theoretically, here's the thing. What you do is, because Japan studio is not known for being like a big budget. They don't make big budgety sort of games. Like, they don't do like huge games. Why aren't you putting those guys to work on smaller titles to fill in the space, instead of depending on independent developers to do that? Hey, we got so and so to work on here. We got Undertale remake or whatever. It's loud. It's kind of meh. All I know is that if PlayStation is essentially going to become the Last of Us console, I don't really have any interest in that. If it's just going to become experiences, just cloned off experiences like that, to me that's not interesting. That's not special. There's nothing special about that. It's the same universe that Microsoft was living in for years, where it was just just Halo and then Gears of War. And they double down on those things because they make money. But then after that, after the dust has settled, nobody cares anymore. Especially when both studios decide to leave that from those franchises, and so they're just skeletons of their former selves. So yeah, there you go. Last of Us remastered, or remake, whatever they want to call it now. Don't need it. I didn't even play Last of Us Part 2 because the games are well done. They're very well done, but at the same time, I don't really care for that world. I don't really want to be in zombie apocalypse again. I've had enough of it. Yeah, they're gonna change it to what's his face? To Mandalorian, because Mandalorian's gonna be Joel. Yeah, it's gonna be that. It's gonna be the dude who plays the Mandalorian. It's gonna be his face on Joel now. It's funny. Speaking of that, here's a fun little thing to understand about the industry, right? Okay, so you do know that there is a difference between having a person in your game. It comes in two different levels. There is likeness rights. So likeness rights is essentially the likeness of that person, right, in your game, in your to promote your or be in your game or whatever, or put on the t-shirts. It's actually totally different than having a person do a full performance. So if you ever noticed inside of those Walking Dead games, right, they have all the characters and they all look like themselves, right? But then you notice, wait a minute, they're not being played by the actual actors. The reason why is because it's a lot more expensive to get an actor to give their time to do those sorts of roles. So what they'll do is the likeness rights are quite expensive usually, and usually they just get a sound-alike to play the role of that character in the game. For games, and what you can do is you can kind of do what a game like Death Stranding did, is they sort of split the time. So what they did is they probably got the rights to a lot of times you just pay all that money to get the likeness of the person, but you can't actually hire the full person to do the performance because it's too expensive. But for Death Stranding, what I suspect they did, is they pay for the likeness rights for Norman Reedus. But if you notice, Norman Reedus probably isn't, number one, doesn't speak a lot throughout the game. So that means that you don't need to pay him a lot of money to talk, to say stuff. You just have him do some motion stuff. You know, you get him for however many hours you can get from him doing motion stuff, and then maybe doing some little bits of voiceover later. But yeah, if you notice, he doesn't talk very much in the game, which means that he only really paid for his likeness rights, and then they only paid for a short bit of his time to actually act the character out. Most of the time, if you look at the credits of Death Stranding, you'll notice that there's another person that plays the role of Norman Reedus in motion capture, and I think that's in the sequences when they don't need him to act as much, or they'll have him do little bits of face bits to put over whatever the other motion capture artist is doing. Here's the fun thing: Death Stranding, if you notice, the characters that speak the most are the people that are not the most well known. So Die Hard Man, he speaks the most. Tommy Earl Jenkins is not a very well known actor, so you could get him for a lot longer time. Same thing with the guy who put Guillermo del Toro's likenesses in the game, but Guillermo del Toro is being played by another guy who's doing another voice. And if you notice, he does a lot of talking because, again, not a well-known actor. You can get him for as much time as you want. So all you need to do is you have everybody else talking around them, right? Talking around Norman Reedus' character, blabbing about, telling him what things he needs to do. And all he needs to do is just sort of nod his head and be like, I don't talk a lot, you know? And that's how they did, it's the same how they did Snake in Metal Gear Solid 5, right? He's being played by, so in Metal Gear Solid 5, you notice that Snake is being played by, what's his face from 24, right? I can't remember the actor's name. But if you notice, they only said that he only speaks for 30 minutes. Like, he only really has about 15 minutes or 30 minutes of actual spoken dialogue. Which means that they only really, because number one, they didn't need to pay for his likenesses, so you could pay for him for a certain amount of a little more time. Number two, you make him not talk a lot, and maybe do some little bits of motion capture while he's doing his talking bits, and then you could reuse all of that sort of stuff. But it really probably wasn't even a long amount of time that they actually did use him for. Same thing with Norman Reedus. I don't think they did a lot of hours with him. Even the main characters, like characters like Die Hard Man has an alternate. Yeah, Mads is barely in the game. He probably only did the motion capture sessions he did. It's probably all that stuff with the stuff where he's getting really close to the camera, talking to the BB, then the whole bit at the end, and maybe a couple other things. And then they have an alternate motion capture actor for other stuff. So who is that guy? Who's doing that stuff? I think it's because it's not actually him it's whenever it's not really a really, really big acting point, what they did is they probably had another motion capture actor fill in those spots. You know, when you don't need to show his face, or he just shows up and stands up or does something, or any of the in-game stuff where he's walking around holding a gun. But for the most part, he is not in the game, and they only really paid for his likeness rights and maybe, I want to say, 2 days of his time to actually do the acting for the game. So it's actually sort of smart to do it that way, because you sort of get more out of the actor than you actually than what is actually seen in the game. Because again, you'd notice, especially if it was an acting or like a live action role, right? You would notice if the person was not there, if they don't show up for a certain amount of time. But for Mads, all you need to do is just have the character model just standing there, and he's still in the game, but he don't say anything. But yeah, it's a weird sort of idea, like, because I don't understand. I know that the idea of where you have a silent protagonist, but why would you hire a famous actor to be a silent protagonist when they're sort of known for talking and being, and stuff like that? It seems a bit weird. I know they're trying to make it so that you're adding um, you're supposed to be able to suture your own thoughts onto that character. But why would you want to do that with a character like Norman Reedus's character? Like, honestly, can you tell me what Norman Reedus's character is in Death Stranding other than a husk? Because everybody loves all the other characters. All of their characteristics are all defined. But what is his thing? His thing is that he's quiet. He doesn't like people. He just, he doesn't like to be touched. But it's everybody else telling you this stuff, right? It's never you actually realizing this stuff on your own, or you're hearing the character's thoughts, or any of that sort of stuff. Personally, I liked it when Snake actually had something to say beyond just repeating the same things that the other repeating what the characters, the other characters telling him to do things are saying, right? It's like High D, Metal Gear. he just repeats something over again that the other character says. Like in the first game, like he did a lot more. Like he'll whenever he's talking to Meryl, he's like, warrior, doesn't do this, or when you're on the battlefield, he actually has something to say about the way his thought process works. So you sort of get to know him a little bit better as a character. But when you come to him in Metal Gear Solid 5, but granted it's supposed to be you in underneath the skin of the Solid Snake, or the snake that's in there, but at the same time you just never get to learn anything about the character, and anything that you do learn about the character is told to you by someone else. Oh, you were here. Oh, you were knocked out. Oh no, wait, you were doing this. It's like, well, do I get to, does this guy have anything to say other than just repeating anything else that has to be said? Yeah, it's a little bit of a weird sort of way of designing things. Sorry, I had communicating with one of my with Kari, my the artist on one of my books on something. not going to talk about that because it's not. It's it's obvious. It's inside stuff, and I don't like to air out my business in public. NDAs and all that good stuff. Hey, what's up?
What's up?
Sorry. Just answering a text. Nothing much. I'm just here doing this. Just doing this color working on this picture. How about you? How are you doing?
Alright.
So let's see. What do we got? What do we got going on here, folks? We got 3 people watching. Thank you very much for watching. Sorry for a couple of seconds. I was just there answering some texts from my, from Brendan and Kari about some stuff with doing with the comic. Excellence. We all did our thing and we got our Kickstarter nicely funded and all that. So we're just talking a little bit about that. Can't talk about that live on here because it's NDA and all that good stuff. But yeah, all you need to know is that things are going good on the book, and we're gonna keep on rolling through. One thing about comics though is that you gotta, a lot of times you gotta learn to play the game. When it comes to doing, especially if you're a new guy, right? You gotta go out there. What's up, Throwdown, aka Tony Polanco? one thing about industry and stuff like that you got to learn is you got to learn to play the game, right? So what is the game? The game is when you get in the industry, you got to listen, you got to learn, you got to pay respects to the people ahead of you, right? No matter how much you disagree with what's being said above you, right? Thing is that you don't have a pot to piss in when you first walk in the door. You may know better than a lot of the guys at the top, right? And there's plenty of situations like that where you know better than your bosses, you know better than your supervisor. But if you're gonna go out there and tell them what's what, you're not gonna have a lot of work. So what has to happen is you play the game, you do what you do, you do what they say, and then when you get to the position where you have the ability to say what you can say, when you're at that point where people are coming to you for things, or you're getting jobs because of your own reputation, that's when you can kind of start to introduce your own thoughts on top of it. But I think a lot of times the younger cats getting in the industry, they are so used to doing it their way. And that's the problem. You don't do it when you start out and you're working for somebody else, you're not doing it your way, you're doing it through somebody else. So if your editor feels like, oh, hey, this is not working out, this is not working, even though you know better than they do, you still do what they say. You let them realize the mistake on their end. Be like, hey, you know what you had there was a lot better than what I thought. Let's go back to that. That's what you have to do. You can't just say, okay, no, you're wrong, you should do it this way, this is the way. No, you gotta play the game, and that's how it always works. You have to, the smart move is you have to let them figure it out on their own. You can't tell somebody to come to your way of thinking. They have to figure it out on their own, and I think that's the one thing you have to learn when you're working in the industry. Even when you're respected, even when you're a guy that's a person who's been doing it for years, you will have people in the industry sort of trying to subvert what you've done. But you remember, at the same time, when you're working for the industry, you're also working for someone else. You're working off of their impression of what you do. So it's like your version of things. It's the way you do those sorts of things, but it's their impression of how you work, or how they came to what you can do. So it's like you're almost sort of doing a weird impression of yourself. But that's the one thing you do when you come in. First thing you got to do is whenever you get onto a job, right? The first thing is you have to sort of, this sounds weird, but you have to get into the head of the person that you're working for, right? They are not going to officially be able to tell you what they want out of you, as far as like why they've gotten you there, or they thought that you were right for the job, right? But what you have to do is you have to sort of tailor the work that you're creating to the person that you're working for, and not always, once you've sort of found, I kind of think of it like being in a room with the lights on, right? You don't know where any of the walls are, and you can't find the light switch, right? But slowly but surely, as you're walking around the room, you bump into walls, and you really remember, okay, the wall is about 10 steps this way. The door, the door or the bed or whatever, the tables are all here. So now you kind of have an idea in the dark as to where you can actually walk. And then once you know where your walls are, that's when you know how far that you can come close to them, you'll have a reaction, right? Like, okay, you tried to get too close to the wall, you can't. One thing about it is that you got to think about it like when you're in this dark room, you can't knock down any of the walls until the person that trusts you, hey, you have enough trust with the people involved in order to be like, okay, now we can let them expand a little bit, maybe remodel the room a little bit. But in the beginning, you can't do that. You can't start remodeling the room when they already established everything. And that's the game. People come into the industry thinking they're going to change the world with their artwork. They're gonna be like, yeah, man, my work is so great. And then what happens? They fall fast because they feel their shit too hard. You know, they feel that they're the best at what they do. But the thing about it is, you got to realize, and this is with anything, especially when you're working in the industry, you're easily replaceable. That's the thing. Anybody can get. Here's the thing: like you lose a job, right? Because you were, because you thought you had the shit. Then they just replace you over with somebody else who has something very similar to what you are. Especially nowadays with so many artists out there that can do amazing work. If that guy can't play the game, that don't mean that they can't get somebody else to play the game. That's the big difference between making your own thing, and making something on your own. At least when you're making something on your own, you're your own boss. You have your own parameters and things that you have to do. But in the beginning, again, like it's all about building that sort of trust with the people involved. And then once you have that point, once you've gotten a little bit more clout, right? Things start to become easier, right? They, again, like a lot of things, people in the industry talk. They always say, oh yeah, this guy's kind of a, blah, blah, I don't know, like that guy. I don't like, here's the thing, like a lot of the people, even with like, gaming and stuff like that, there are a lot of people behind the scenes that they're not such good people. They're kind of assholes. But at the same time, you got to play their game. You got to let them have the power. And then when you have the power, that's when you start to step up. And that's when you start to say, okay, that's not, but when you're in the beginning, when you're sitting under everybody else, you start giving people lip, you start, going against start trying to remodel a room. And that's when people start saying, this guy's a troublemaker. Let's get somebody else. That's it, and that's it. That's a lot of things. That's even working in a normal job. You walk in, you're not going to tell your supervisor what's what. You're gonna be like, who's this motherfucker think he is coming in here telling me what this is? No way. A lot of times, especially when you're young, you got to learn those things the hard way. You got to learn that you're, to be honest, a lot of times you're not the special one. And again, you're easily replaceable. That's the way it works. But what you got to do is you got to make sure there's two things you got to do. You got to make sure that you prove yourself to be a commodity, a person that does what is asked of them and gives a little bit of extra what they do, and then that's where you start to come off, right? That's when people start to trust you and they start to let you have a little bit more freedom. But when you walk in the door, you're just there to do the job. So do the job. Do the job, make your money, get your shine, and then when you move on, people want you to do more. Because they don't remember. Here's the thing about people don't remember. People don't know about what goes on behind closed doors, right? You don't talk about that sort of stuff. Thing is that you gotta nobody ever sees it. Everybody sees the surface, right? They see the outcome. Hey, this looks amazing. This is great. Even though you may not be happy with it, they're like, wow, this looks great. This looks cool. That's all you got to remember. That's the part that anybody sees. Nobody ever sees the hours and hours of work that you put into something. Even these streams, you see me working here for hours on end. That's the reality of doing this work. Hours and hours and hours to get one image out that probably can be absorbed in 2 seconds. And that's from everybody on the team. Let's see, what do we got here? So now I'm actually gonna go see if I can find some reference for Kain, so I can figure out what his colors are. I feel like these are close, but we'll see. I'm gonna go and look at my reference. Okay. The Soul Reaver. So how y'all doing out there, y'all? Oh, look at me. I am so good at this shit. Yep, that's pretty much what his colors are. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. Okay, so but this is a different color. This is like a, that's like a dark, like a black color. So desaturate it and go. So one thing to understand about color is that when it comes to certain colors, especially this one thing to understand about it is that there's certain colors aren't exactly what you think they are, right? So when you think of the color black, right, or the shade of black or whatever you want to call it, right, there is no such thing as black in well, other than in outer space, right? Like pure black. There's actually some paints that are actually pure black, but yeah, there's no such thing as an actual pure black. So everything is a sort of a shade of really dark gray or a dark blue. That's the one little secret about all of that. So one thing you gotta remember, especially when you're doing when you think let's say if a character's wearing a black jacket or something like that, is to really figure out what shade of black you're going to look for. So if we're talking about leather tends to be, dyed leather tends to be a sort of a warm color in general. It tends to be sort of a warm brown color. Sometimes you can get it a little bit more blue, but in general, leather tends to be a more of a warm or a warmer side type of color. Now, like blacks for shirts, they can tilt toward like a dark purple almost, or even a blue color, and that's part of the reason why in comics, if you notice to replicate like Superman's hair color, if you notice the characters that have black hair, they have blue inside of it. It's precisely for that reason, because there's no, if you were to ever to put like black on there, you still want the highlights of the character's hair to show through, but rather than put gray, they would put in an actual color to represent it. So yeah, Wolverine's hair and Superman's hair aren't actually blue, but they use the shade of blue for the highlights of his hair. Also, when it comes to old comics, is that the reason why they did that is because they also had a limited amount of colors that they could use per character, or use on a page. So you have to choose something that sort of works in a flat colored environment. So yeah, like that right there, that is sort of a brown. His cape is more of a reddish color. Even white, there's also no pure white color either. Either the things are a sort of a light gray, or even sort of a lighter cream color or a lighter, you know, stuff like that. Do, 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 do. How's it going? How's it going, girl? That's good to hear. The books. Go out and read the books. Books is good. You're in a book mood. That's good. Framed Ink? I'm not sure what that is. You want to draw some noir?
Not exactly.
Oh. You should draw some noir. Be like, it was one of those days. Not like every other. And I told them. You know, the guys, the noir guys, they talk to themselves.
Yeah, they're on YouTube. There's play. I'm gonna call it a playlist. There's a playlist of like noir like music.
Mm-hmm. So it's all just like, what are the stuff? Like jazz or something.
Yeah, it's jazz, but in the comics section, it says people monologuing. It's hilarious.
I was sitting there on the stoop. I didn't know what was going on.
They were making their debut in the comics section. It's hilarious.
Sometimes when things go wrong, they just go wrong. Sometimes buying shit makes you feel better.
Yeah, and it's stuff that's related to my interests. So.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Why is that the same? Nope, it's not. Why aren't you letting me doing that? Oh, it's because it's the wrong layer. Yeah, that seems about right. And then this is kind of a darker red. So it's funny. So I'll show you what I'm looking at. I actually found this really great. I'll show you what I got here. I found this really great person on like ArtStation that did like an amazing. Like an amazing 3D version of the characters, and this is just a fan work. This looks like the shit from the CG. Like he did a really good job at like replicating the art, the CG models for the game. Like I'm looking at this guy, he doesn't have anything but, I think his name is like Patrick Johnson. I mean, he's done work for the industry, but
Yeah, well, it's not. If it's that good, it's industry good.
oh no, he's done stuff for the industry, but like literally looking at this guy's work, like it looks like the stuff from the game. Like, yeah, like what does he say about this? Fully recreated the Soul Reaver based on technical on the renders of Soul Reaver. So yeah, the guy just literally recreated a lot of this stuff from the game based off of the renders that he did from the CG cinematics. It's amazing. It's really helpful. It's better than actually finding the just going through the real stuff. So yeah, look at that, right? Yeah, so I don't know where I put mine. Alright, so yeah. Good stuff. There's Soul Reaver. So let's put this back here. But yeah, good stuff. So yeah, I've been actually using that guy's work for reference to just sort of help me out with this thing, because it's like, again, it's like hard to find really good reference from the classic game. So good stuff. Okay, I'm gonna. There doesn't seem to be any open lines. What are you talking about here?
It's funny, I'm buying books and I have like no shelf.
You don't have any of the
Like,
shelf
they
space.
sell on the shelf. Alright.
Well, you gotta read some books.
Yeah.
Go on, read some books. The Soul Reaver. What y'all gotta say? What you saying? So it's just yo yo. Yo yo. So yeah, his hair is what I did with his hair. It's usually, I'm gonna go with a more of a blonde color. Actually, sort of like this one. So I'm gonna fill that in. Who catting? Who making cat noises? Who him? wonder if you could hear all that stuff that's going on outside, guys. Well, you know, the ice cream truck and all that stuff.
He busts through the door like, oh,
I'm here.
wide, wide open. Hello? You hear that?
Mm-hmm. That's him bumping his head against the wall.
Hey, man. You active now. You are laying, you big. What's that? Oh, you keep getting bit by Minnie. Y'all fighting. Y'all keep fighting, and he keep biting you. Y'all bite each other.
He got a big bite hole in him.
Yeah, ain't no Bible.
Is that what's going on?
Because he's fighting with the Minnie, and Minnie he don't fuck around no more. And but Bigum, you rough. Why you rough?
Keep biting you?
You good? He's a big boy. Why you so big? Big boy.
That's because he's a cat. Yes.
He's got big boy jeans. And he buzzing because he like, I'm a cat. Alright. Back to the shit.
Ah, yes. The shit.
Crappy shit. Me.
You want the shit? I'll get you the shit. Y'all don't remember Tales from the Hood?
Oh, here comes another one. Hi, Mimi.
He's like, I've been activated. It's hot in here. Fix it. Fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it.
Hot in here. Fix it. Take your clothes off.
What?
Take your clothes off. Tell it's hot.
It's hot in here. I ain't taking my clothes off. Fix it.
No, I gave you an option. You gave me an
Are you trying to get us banned off of Twitch?
That's high. You knew that already. Just like, I don't know. It's fair.
Are you trying to ban us off of Twitch? Are you demanding nudity?
No, I mean,
Yes, dear?
wear undershirt. I don't know.
Put the fan on. Get a fan.
No, you get the fan. I'm lazy.
I'm lazy too. That's why I'm telling you to do it.
Well, I'm lazier, so you better figure something out.
You figure it out. You do it. This is what the process of art looks like. It's a slow, arduous process. Slow, arduous process that leaves you at the brink of not. I was gonna say leaves you at the brink of insanity. All right.
Anything that's
do. Do 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 do. A while ago on Throwdown I said, you guys don't realize how difficult it is in the industry, how difficult it is to make things that seem very simple to happen. A lot of times, I was sort of explaining this over we went to an editor. I was in New York to do some stuff, and I was talking to Tony's editor and a couple of colleagues of his, and I was saying, like, there's the one thing to know about the reality of the way things happen, and then just sort of seeing it from the outside, is that a lot of times it can be very difficult to do the things that make sense when it comes to creating things or putting out things in like things that you like, your favorite video games. Like, why is my favorite franchise, hasn't there been a new video game in that franchise, or how come they haven't made a comic book of this thing in years? Well, there's quite a bit of reasoning for it, and a lot of times it's just something as simple as that, whatever contracts that have been have been signed may not have, the contracts may have run out. You may have situations, you have all kinds of other situations, and a lot of times it's a lot more difficult to get the things that you want to happen. So a lot of times you got to realize, like, it's not just like, oh well, they're all they need to do is this. And it's like, no, it's not all they need to do is this. A lot of times there's a lot of things that prevent them from doing it. One good example is like the Ninja Turtles franchise, right? Which I've worked in. If you don't know, I've worked in for years. I spent a lot of my early art career working in animation. So I know a lot of these things. That are happening, that happen within the industry, and it's just stuff that makes sense that they should do, but they can't because of whatever reason. Good example, again, Ninja Turtles franchise, right? Ninja Turtles, you think, okay, yeah, what is the Ninja Turtles franchise? It's the Ninja Turtles theme, Teenage, all that stuff. But you got to realize that those sorts of things, new things created for animated shows, end up being owned by different people than the actual property. So, like, for the Ninja Turtles franchise, the original Ninja Turtle song was not owned. It was owned by a different person who actually owned the Ninja Turtles property. This goes for characters like Krang and Bebop and Rocksteady and all of that sort of stuff. So it meant that those things couldn't get used without approval from the original owner of them. Because you got to remember, like, Ninja Turtles is a different, like the way a lot of contracts are built. If you make new things for that property, that means that you as the creator tend to own those portions of them, and that's the sort of contract that those guys signed. So if you notice in the 2003. The 2003 Turtles, right? You notice that characters like Krang and all those other things didn't show up. It's because those characters were owned by somebody else. And I'm not gonna say this is tinfoil hatty stuff, but if you notice that, like, specifically on the Ninja Turtles cartoon, they literally made up all these characters to sort of replace the main villains. Like, why is it that the Shredder is beholden to Krang? He shouldn't be. He should be the only one. But the reason why they probably did that is because they wanted to insert their own thing into the show, and them doing so also meant that they owned it. So that's part of the reason why a lot of that stuff back in the day didn't show up. That's why if you ever saw any Ninja Turtles games, right, you notice that, hey, wait a minute, the music's all different. Oh, it's because all the music is owned by the original composer. and you have to make a new either you have to find the original contract that the composer signed to do that film, to do that game or whatever, or you have to do a new contract. And a lot of times when contract negotiations happen, you'll find that, obviously because of the way things go, the original composer may want to get more money for the work that he did. Otherwise, they'll just sort of let it go. Like, all right, whatever. not worrying about that anymore. And that's a lot of times what holds up the process of things. It's not always just because the company doesn't want to do it. It's because they probably can't do it. Which is disappointing, because obviously for fans, you want to see all the things that you remember come back out again, but it's a lot more complicated than just doing that one thing. So yeah, that is the reality. But people want to yell and scream about, well, they should do this, they should do that. This is unbelievable. Yeah, it is unbelievable, but at the same time, it is what it is. And the minute that you start to, obviously you not being part of the privy to this information, think that it's just like, oh yeah, they just turn the switch on and it happens. No, it doesn't happen that way. Nothing ever happens like that. And especially when you start getting into contract negotiations and all kinds of other fun stuff in the industry, that's why things don't happen. And the thing is, it's not like any of the people that involved don't want to make these things happen. It's just, does the main company think that this is something that's worth pursuing? How much money do you need to pay to get this thing to work? If you're doing an old arcade game, and the original composer owns all the music because they're an independent musician that was not hired by, that was not, that does not work, is not an employee of the actual studio. That means that they had to sign a specific contract with that guy in order to make this happen, which also means that they may not be too happy. They may not want to renegotiate their contract, meaning that a lot of times the music needs to be redone. There's a lot of films like that, where there's there's a film called The Keep by that had a soundtrack done by the band Tangerine Dream. Now, I'm sure you people don't know who Tangerine Dream is, but at the same time, you can't. It's really difficult to find a version of The Keep with its original soundtrack, because officially, whoever owns the rights now of the movie couldn't find the original composer, or the original composer wanted, because they're an established band, they want more money for the usage of their music, and they didn't sign a contract that essentially says, okay, all the music that you've done for this thing is owned. You have an infinite contract, where it's always okay, it's just always going to be that way. Really weird stuff. But now, if a company thinks that it's actually worth pursuing, right, then obviously more things happen. But a lot of times, companies are just looking to sort of get their fix and get out the door, right? So what's the easiest way? All right, if we can come in and you'll be like, all right, you know what, we're just gonna have somebody redo all the music who's on staff, and then we own all the music. And that's also what happens in localization. So a lot of times, you ever notice anime, sometimes when it comes to the United States, doesn't have all the same music that the original show did in Japanese. That's because localization, especially when it's done, you don't own especially when it goes into syndication. The companies don't actually make any sort of money off of it. So what they'll do is they'll redo all the music for the show so that they own the music for that, right? And that way they can make residuals off of that original music that they own, because they use the staff musician and they own all the rights to all the music. So like, a good example is like for kids productions or for kids entertainment, right? When they did Yu-Gi-Oh and all that stuff, it all has all new music. All that music, they all redo all of that music because they all own the music, and they also don't need to negotiate with the original composer. They have all new music, and then whenever it shows on TV or shows in syndication, that music plays, and that means every single time that happens, the company makes money off of that, because they have to pay those additional rights to the company. It's what happens whenever you're part of, like if you're part of the Screen Actors Guild or the Directors Guild, and they decide, okay, we're gonna broadcast your material. Every single time it gets rebroadcasted, that becomes part of the amount of money that that needs to get paid back to the original performers and people who have that in their contracts. So yeah, like actors will get, they get royalty payments off of their appearances and stuff like that. And that's part of the reason why Netflix, if you notice, like in the news recently, Netflix is talking about they've renegotiated with contracts and stuff with a bunch of different, how they handle these things, because officially them showing something on Netflix, none of the actors actually make any sort of additional money off of that when it's running through streaming, because it wasn't covered in the original contracts. So they renegotiated all of it. So now every single time that you watch a rebroadcast or they have it on there, they make some sort of money off of it. A lot of actors actually make money, like especially when they're not working. A lot of actors make their living through the royalty payments off of the syndication of their films and shows. Everybody gets a piece after a percentage, within their contract, from whatever monies that get paid for the syndication rights. So if you show like you're showing like shows like Roseanne, right, on a bunch of different markets and different television syndication, right, that everybody on the crew and the director and all those people on there get a little bit of that money. Obviously the actors get the most and the director gets the most and the showrunners get money off of that, but yeah, everybody makes money off of those different things. Especially really good when an actor or performer is not working. But again, with streaming, it's a different animal. Video games, it's a bit of a different story. So, like most video game creators do not make any sort of residuals or royalties off of their things. Especially if they're working for a studio, they don't make any of that money. So like, David Jaffe or any of those guys, like David Jaffe's not making money off of the God of War sequels, despite him being the one that created those characters. How we doing, yos? So yeah, if you see a couple of you who are in there, if you have any sort of questions or any of that other good stuff, please feel free to leave them in the chat. Yeah, so good shit. So yeah, we've been up for an hour and 50 minutes. Looking good. Kain is deified. So now we have Kain and Raziel. It's funny, I actually met the voice of Raziel years ago, 2016, I want to say. About not too far after I moved out of New York. In Pennsylvania, where I currently live, is a show called RetroCon. It's done on like the outskirts of it's done pretty far out there in Pennsylvania. Anyway, that's the same show that I also got. For those of you who remember or watched Throwdown, it's the same episode that I got the Liquid Snake print. Done. So I actually met the voice actor Michael Bell. And Michael Bell, if you don't know who that is, Michael Bell is like, if you're an 80s kid, that guy literally voiced a lot of your childhood. He is the voice of Duke on G.I. Joe, that most notably, and a bunch of other things. But one of the things, he's also in all of the Metal Gear games, by the way. He plays in Metal Gear Solid 2, he's the voice of some of the soldiers. Are you going to shoot me? Those guys. Though he's one of the additional voices for that. But one of the things, the other thing he did, and that goes back to our Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver thing, he's actually the voice of Raziel, which is really great. So also at that same show that I met Michael Bell, I also met Cam Clark. And Cam Clark, for you Metal Gear fans, may know, he is the voice of Liquid Snake. So for the episode of Throwdown, I put, to give away something cool to the fans, I had Cam Clark sign a piece that I had created of Liquid Snake years ago. And I also talked to him after. I said, hey, listen, if you want to use this as a cool bit of signing memorabilia or something like that, contact me. And I gave him my card, and I gave him the piece, and I signed it, and all that good stuff. So cut to, I don't know, what is it, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. About 5 years later, I get an email from Cam Clark himself saying, or his manager saying, hey, listen, Cam would really like to use your work for this thing. I'm like, oh, wow, great. That's amazing. So we, talked it out, and we got it to go. So there's going to be this Metal Gear signing that already happened. And what I did, we got that all going, and he did what was called the digital signing. So you sit with Cam Clark or any of the other people who did Metal Gear, and they talk to you, and they do little signings and stuff like while they're signing to you. Kind of like the con experience. Anyway, I got this actually not long ago from Cam himself. I'm not sure if I can see. Let's see if you can see the way you can see it. Let's see. Yeah, there you go. You can see it. So what I got was this. What it is essentially the piece that I did, and he actually wrote a nice little thank you message on there for letting him use my work and all that good stuff. And it's a really nice 8x10, very well, nice and print bleed, which is beautiful. I love bleed, full bleed things. But yeah, he did that and sent that to me like last week or so, which is really nice. I mean, I wasn't expecting anything out of it. I was talking about fan art before, and as again, fan art's illegal. You can't really sell it. If you do sell it, you run the chance of having a DMCA, or you might get a cease and desist from them. That's the possibility, because again, it's within their rights. But I said, hey, listen, one good thing about all of this is that you can get the way I sold him on it, I was like, hey, listen, you can get a really nice piece. You have a nice original piece that is professional, because I am a professional. I've worked in the industry for over 20 years. So I am good at sort of doing that sort of work, and it's something unique that somebody can put on the wall and be like, hey, this is great, signed by Cam Clark, the voice of Liquid Snake, and he writes a little like, do you like my sunglasses, or whatever you want to put on there. And it's great, because to be honest, it's like I'm gonna say this, I'm sure none of these guys are listening to this, but I feel like a lot of the people that do fan signings and stuff like that, the stuff that they offer is kind of garbage. It's like blurry images that they downloaded from the internet. It's crappy scans from a book or something like that, or it's some lousy Photoshop job with them, the actor, and then a bunch of the characters they put on there. And to be honest, I feel like, number one, I know in the end all it really is about is the signature, to be honest. But at the same time, that doesn't mean that what you're giving people, you're getting people to pay like $10 or $20 or whatever the money that they have. This lousy piece of this lousy 8x10 of not very well printed stuff. Sometimes I've seen situations where everything was shrunk down, or it was not very good. So that's why I was like, I can't do anything with this stuff, because I can't officially sell them really, outside of, small runs at conventions. I can't really do online sales because, again, you run the you don't make a lot of money from online sales, because once everybody sort of takes their money from it, Oh, look at that. I'm looking at my thing right here, and I noticed that people are running Resident Evil The Village on PlayStation. Oh, they're talking about Mortal Kombat. Oh, well, who cares? What's that, cat? But anyway, I thought I saw the Resident Evil Village there, but it's not. It's not anything. Anyway, you do run the difference. You run the risk of having your stuff taken down, or somebody doing all kinds of stuff. If you don't know, I've had that happen to me as well. But yeah, so there you go. We're all flat colored up. That took a little while. Then now I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna start figuring out what I want to do color wise, rendering wise. Because I could always take this into like a cell shaded route. I can always do something else. But I'm thinking that the person that wants this wants something a little bit different.
You're gonna make money off that shit though, so don't feel too bad.
What you talking about?
Oh God, got it.
What's up? I'm going to do another search on Soul Reaver and see what the language of the games are. I notice that they sort of like to stay within the sort of blues and greens. The cover of Soul Reaver is sort of a green cover, like a kind of a sick green color.
Oh, he's also donating the price. This is so bad. Oh god. That's what I would do.
Soul Reaver seems to be like a blue color. Kind of cyan, I want to say. It often can be a little bit difficult to find out what the colors of things are supposed to be, especially when you have like all sorts of especially when you have games and stuff like that have all kinds of LUTs and color adjustments on top of it. Like Metal Gear games in general are part of a tinted green, if you ever noticed, like the Matrix. So it's sort of difficult to find proper color values that seem to work. So for me, I'm just sort of trying to figure out what works best and sort of works and also looks good. But yeah, I'm liking what I see here. But now it's just sort of, well, what do we want to do as far as backgrounds? Say, and this is also going to be printed too, so the other part of this I want to make sure I do is make sure that Raziel's Soul Reaver, even if it is a cyan color, because cyan in general in printing is not the greatest color. But I notice I see it sort of blue, but also again he's also blue too. It's kind of a purpley blue. Blue. And then sometimes they make it yellow, but I'm gonna go with the sort of unearthly blue color. Yeah, the kind of cyan color. But very similar to what I have here. Sort of in between blue and green. But yeah, if I color it this color, it'll probably get a little lost. Oh, you know, I also did. Hold on for a sec. I'm actually looking through some reference photos that I took. April 2020. Sorry, I'm just looking through my stuff here to make sure I'm just looking to see, because I did take a reference photo. Because I actually, even though I'm not sure if you saw it yet, but I actually do have the figure. So that's what I've been using for my main reference for him. Also, I found out something fun about the little Soul Reaver is that it actually glows if you throw a black light at it. So I took a nice little photo of it that I'm going to probably use as a lighting reference. Right now I'm just looking for it in my thousands and thousands. You ever think about how many photos you actually take? April. When did I take that photo? All right, good enough. Duplicate this. Duplicate it again. The color. A Photoshop file? Sup, people? How's it going? Okay, I'm going to take this color. Let's gonna go with this. brush, set it to this. Yeah, looks good. I'm going to do a little bit of a backlight on it. I'm going to do all that good stuff. But right now, I'm just doing this right now. Just doing this color. It's going to start off looking a little cell shaded. Cell shaded, if you don't know, is sort of like a kind of a cartoon sort of shading on top of it, but it's going to get a little more edges to it and stuff like that. But right now, I'm just doing this. So I have my light source. Just sort of coming, if you look down here in the corner, it's kind of coming down from here, and then what it does is it's going to come up. And then what I'm going to do after that is I'm going to come in again and do another pass, another lighter pass on top of it so you can see. See? Sort of give it that under normal circumstances, I'd probably mix another color to do this, but I feel like I don't want to do that. Like I'd mix multiple colors to do it if I were painting it, but I'm not. I'm sort of painting it, but I'm more just doing it sort of a trick to get it to look a little more painted, even though it's. And this way is a little bit quicker. But you see, it's already starting to look a little. Just from me just deleting or erasing this stuff. So what I'm doing is just like that. Get a little kiss of color here. Get it to look good. What I'll do is I'll duplicate this guy just for the hell of it. So I have that. And just sort of just what I'm doing is right now I have an overlay and I'm just erasing. I wonder if this will work with a linear add. It's a little too bright. Probably a little too bright for my tastes. then I can always add a little something on top of it to get it look a little bit brighter and stuff like that. But really, what I'm doing right now is just this. And I'm going to turn this up to here. Oh. Set that to overlay. If I turn it up brighter, yeah, that looks even better. Go in and let all those, as Bob Ross would say, all those little happy accidents. There goes Tokyo, go, go, Godzilla. Ooh. Not sure why I have that in my head, but I do. How we doing out there in the chat? All quiet on the Western Front? I guess I'm doing a good job then. Nobody's saying, yo man, you fucked up. Your art stinks, yo. That's what I imagine you all sound like. Yo man, your work is nasty. And I don't mean the good nasty. added these sorts of tassels. I always thought that he was interested. He had these little tassels and things sort of hanging off of his arms and stuff. Like kind of this old, like, I don't know, it kind of looks like old gauze or something like that. Good and good. Looking good. Got a couple of holes in his wing that I forgot to fill to do. I'll do those up too. Hey, how's it going? What time is it? 6? I might want some iced coffee. I'm gonna come. So guys, I'm not gonna stop the stream, but I'm gonna go take a short walk and see if I can get myself a nice large iced coffee because I'm feeling a little bit slow. So I'm gonna write a little BRB lull on there, and I'll be right back. And I'll be right back, and then we can continue from where we left off. So what we're gonna do tonight is we're going to continue. Oh no! Wait to respond. Oh shit! Does that mean I overdid it? Okay. Sometimes Clip Studio Paint takes up a lot of. I think I said this before. It takes up a lot of resources. So I'm gonna make sure I close down a bunch of stuff here so that it'll just run like smooth. We'll wait for that. I'll have to keep talking to you guys. So yeah, what we're gonna do is we're gonna see if we can run this stream all the way close as we can to 10:30 Eastern Standard Time, which you just actually see rolling on the bottom there. That is when our Throw Down Your Questions episode is going to begin. So we're gonna get really close to that for today, and we're gonna see how much of this we can get through it before then. I suspect we're gonna get it all done. It's gonna get all done today, and we're gonna do it all up nice. So, but right now this is what we got so far. Right now I'm just waiting for Clip Studio Paint to actually do its autosave. Oh, there you go. It did its autosave. All right, so let's write a little BRB on here. choose a passable layer. Let's make up a new layer. All right, save that up. I'll be back. I am back. I got some shit. So, all good. That's me ref. Get rid of this. How we doing out there in Streamland, internet worlds? All that running. Sup, yo? How's up? How are you doing, Piggy Dan? Or Pig Dan? I keep calling you Piggy Dan. Thanks a lot. Put some Soul Reaver music on this time around. Seemed fitting. Hopefully we don't get a copyright strike off of this one. You imagine the world looks great painted in physical form. You mean Soul Reaver? Lot of love for this series, or at least these games. A friend who commissioned this piece is a big fan of it. He's always like, "Oh, man, Soul Reaver." So that's really cool. He was really nice, and he saw that I was going through some hard times last year, and he asked if I wanted if I would like to take a commission. I'm like, but it's gonna take me a little bit of time to do because of my work. And he's like, don't worry about it. I really want to get something done by you. I'm like, all right. So, and I don't usually take commissions much. Really, you never played the Soul Reaver Legacy of Kain games? I feel like Crystal Dynamics needs to really do something about that, because that's not right that those games aren't out there. I mean, granted, they're on PC as I remember, but you're getting a little bit of a taste of the Soul Reaver world with this music and the and the drawings. Let me zoom out. Let me be good about this. Yeah, I don't know if it's on Steam or anything. It's a different era of games almost that back then. Yep, I'm planning to see if I can go all the way up to the Throwdown. Like maybe close things down at around maybe 9 or something like that. Depends on how far I get. I switched up the music to Soul Reaver music. I always thought was funny about the Soul Reaver soundtrack is that it actually had sound effects from monsters in it. Like the first song, it literally has like these howling monsters in the song. A lot more theremin in it than I remember. Very industrial feeling, almost, soundtrack. Oh yeah, this song. Still don't know what that lady's saying. Do I? See? All that crazy screaming and shit in it.
Cold. I know you want my fucking seat. The moment I got up, you were already looking at this shit.
Yeah, yeah, I hope we don't get a copyright strike for this music. The friggin' composer comes out of nowhere. Hey, wait a minute! You're not supposed to be playing that music! How dare you? Shit's manic. That song. Well, we'll know if all of our so far if you could still hear the music, then we know we didn't get live copyright strike like Metallica did. Some silliness. But it is a little bit of a nice slap in the face to Metallica because they pretty much caused all of this. They're battling for supremacy.
Nah, they alright. It's just that big.
Oh, no, this song. The Bones song. It's funny. I remember the song, but I don't remember where in the game those songs were. But I remember that was one song that I remember hearing multiple times. come up with a background color. Hey. What? It's it.
doing?
Hmm.
Hey, kitty, get it. Look at this. This big. And this, see this? Look at this.
Hmm.
I'm kicking both on your team.
Giving it a little red rim light. He's like, man.
I heard it. He goes, hey, armband. Titties. Why you got titties? I'm sleeping. You weren't sleeping. You were awake. I was good.
No.
He walked out. Very unsatisfied. Cats have personalities.
All right. So that's what I'm going to put some clouds and stuff here too. Let's Flash Blender, no. Thank you. How we doing, folks? Enjoying the painting? Also, again, feel free to ask me any sort of questions. What I'm doing, how I'm making my choices, all kinds of fun stuff like that. Looking good.
Oh, you firing me.
Huh?
What's funny?
What's up?
Someone's giving a lecture or whatever it is, and they're talking like there's a full room of people, right?
And then the one person coughs.
Yeah, well, it's like they pan out, like the show, like the seats and chairs, barely anyone's in it, and you just hear someone coughing.
Mm-hmm.
That shit was hilarious. That was a Simpsons clip that I watched. That shit is
See? You should see what I look when I'm doing.
See what I'm
See, look. Just so. Huh?
That ain't photo swap.
Oh, what this? No, this is Clip Studio.
See, I don't know nothing about that.
I mean, it's pretty much the same as Photoshop. There's quite a bit of other things that it can do, but I still end up going into Photoshop after to do some final effects and stuff.
Yeah.
Hey. Let's see. What's up? Huh? What do you want? Huh?
What do you have tasted?
I don't know.
Dim sum,
Hmm. Maybe a burger? I don't know. They don't deliver out here. Oh. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. Should be on file, but
I don't keep it on file because
yeah, okay. What's up, Barry Burton? How's it going? Yeah, thank you. Getting my Soul Reaver on, yo. Good shit, thank you. All right, that's the end of the Soul Reaver soundtrack. Let's put on Soul Reaver 2. Let's see if they have that. If there is an Anime NYC or yeah, I'll definitely get a table at Anime NYC or New York Comic Con if they're around. Got to make sure I get my shots. Interesting. Well, see how it all looks like. Yeah, I'm sure with all the amount having events at the Javits Center, they're able to essentially do all that stuff. So yeah.
I noticed what these places do.
Hmm?
Before they close, right? Let's say like an hour or 45 minutes or whatever. What they'll do is they'll stop taking orders before they close. Like
Mhm.
they'll say that they're busy until a certain. Oh, hold on. Hello? Okay, great. I'll see you in a minute.
Yeah, is my food here?
Yeah, your food's here.
Shit. All right, I will be back. So, let me just give you guys a good picture. I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to get me some food.
Oh, shit. Hey, boo.
I'll be back, guys. I'll be back, guys. I'm just gonna have a little bit of food, then I'm gonna come back and continue to paint. Hello, hello, hello. Elo is back. Excuse me.
Damn.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I decided to do the soundtrack for the of this is Soul Reaver 2's soundtrack. I did the first one earlier. Okay. Oops. Okay, what am I doing now? Get to see a close-up shot of it. That would be great if it was promo for the art, art for the game. Not a lot of Soul Reaver artwork, you know, like even the concept stuff. Not a lot of it out there. Yeah, there's a like it was difficult for me to find actually a lot of really good official artwork that that was good enough for reference for this. I mean, granted, I did have the Raziel figure, which is helpful, but for Kain, he was a little more difficult. I'll show you what I found though. It was this one artist on ArtStation that actually recreated the 3D models from the cinematics, which was really helpful that I used for Kain. Forgot the holes in his little wings. So I'll say that before we show it off. There we go. So I'll minimize this. So I found this, this one 3D artist on ArtStation. Like, this is not official stuff. He literally went in and recreated the 3D models from the game. Which is pretty awesome. Like, you couldn't tell. Alrighty. Yeah, it was really well done. So when I found it, I was like, oh, well, I guess I'm using that as a reference. I think Raziel is done for. Unless I can see anything that I want to add to it. There's going to be some additional effects I'm going to do on them, but I'll wait on that, and I'll get to painting Kain. I have a layer with the cape off because I forgot I drew the cape, so I actually ended up putting it, just adding it on. So let's get to let's see how all this pans out. All right. Thanks, Barry Burton. Thanks for hanging out. I will see you tonight. You burping, Jossie? So, Eric, did you recognize the music as soon as you heard it? Oh, really? Nice. Heard it. I wasn't sure how many of the games were actually still available on Steam and stuff like that. Does it still hold up? Granted, I remember 2 looked, a world better than the original one. Oh wow. Was Soul Reaver 2 released on on PlayStation 3? I can't remember. I know it was on 4. I know it was on I know the 3 was on 2 was on no, excuse me. 3 was on the 3, wasn't it? But then again, it was also probably a PC game as well. It's probably the actual PC version, because I think Crystal Dynamics actually did pretty good optimized versions of those games on PC, so... Hear that burping?
Yep.
Wonder who the composer is on this game. Or what they went on to do later on. No, it's really just me cutting away on the shadows. See? And just revealing whatever's underneath. It's kind of a quick way of doing it's kind of a quick way of doing it painterly. So in other words, I did my original flats, right? And then what I did was I did a more bluer sort of variant, and then I'm just removing it from underneath. And then what I'm going to do is probably go in a little bit later and then, merge all the stuff together and sort of finesse it a little bit more. Yeah, it's essentially how I do like cell shading stuff, where you can kind of just chop everything out and then just, reveal whatever's underneath. So it's not fully straight painting. It's still painting, but it's not like I'm just removing what's there on the surface. Also, if you notice that the cape is not affected either. But then what I'll go in is like I'll do a little bit of work. And then what I'll do is I'll come in later and start adjusting it. It's kind of a quick and dirty way to sort of get painted looking stuff without actually fully painting it. Yep, I set it to the transparent thing on the corner here if you look at it. Wait, let me see I wonder if you can see my mouse. There you go. So yeah, you see right here, if you can see the mouse, it's that right there. So yeah, I'll take it away, then sometimes I'll put a little bit back when I color. And then also I can come in maybe with a, like if I don't feel like the airbrushing is too, I feel like it's a little too harsh, I'll probably toss a little airbrush on top of it to kind of get this little bit of that subtlety back to it. But I'm probably going to come in with another like a shadow color to sort of you know, get all this stuff in there. But I'm debating whether to do that because I feel like I might lose a little bit of Raziel in it. Nope. And then I have that little blue, that sort of blue thing to sort of push him back a little bit. I almost feel like I don't need too much of it. And now for his hair, I'm probably going to use the reds from the top angle of it. Just sort of a quicker way to get to that point. To be honest, I wasn't actually sure what I was going to be do. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, for this, I wasn't sure what I was going to do. If I was going to do cell shaded stuff or painted, but I was like, you know, the painted stuff sort of fits the style of the game. Oh, did it? Oh, what's the next one? Hold on, this is like a 2-hour version of this song. Okay, let's find the third one. The Soul Reaver 3. Was there? Yeah, well, there was definitely a Soul Reaver 3, as I remember. Huh. So at around 9:30 Eastern Standard Time, I'm gonna actually stop, which is about 10 minutes, and then we'll do another session on another day. But yeah, this is what it's looking like so far. A Legacy of Kain Defiance, huh? Alright. I'll put that on. Okay. Legacy of Kain Defiance. Yeah, it's the one where you play both the characters, as I remember. Alrighty. Saving it. And I think that's going to be it for this time. Probably gonna do some more work maybe later in the week or probably next weekend. We'll see. But so far it's looking pretty close. It's getting close to finished. Turn on the Raziel layer. There we go. That's what we got so far. Now it's saving. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. Just gotta let it do. Oh, there we go. Hey, it did it. Just taking its sweet time. All right. I will see you later. I'll talk to you later, Eric. And later. By the way, guys, tonight is Throwdown Your Questions. So if you are, you want to have some, your burning gaming questions asked. Don't forget to go to our Discord and check us out. Send your questions. You still have a little bit of time before we go live with the episode. And yeah, remember, Throwdown Your Questions is programmed by you guys, and that every single as many questions as we have, the longer the show will go. Less, the shorter. So there you go. All right. Thanks a lot, and I will see you next time. I'll probably do another announcement as to what the next episode of Throwdown draws. So, all right. See you later.